Hello and good morning or good afternoon everyone. We are starting a new Kerbal series. We are calling it Kerbacide 2, the next generation. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do our usual Kerbal stuff, our Kerbal shenanigans, getting up to good stuff, bad stuff, and playing with life support mods and things like that. So it is pretty much all going to be, up to you to decide what we're going to do. Building ships, building space stations. I mean, one of the things I do want to do is I want to get something like a self-sufficient Duna space station going and things like that. So, the various other things. So just find really weird stuff. Of course, we are going to keep track of the explosions and all the Kerbal deaths that occur. Alright, so let's head over to the Kerbals. And we are going to start a new game. We are going to call it it's a sandbox game. We are going to call it Kerbacide. Kerbacide 2. Alright, now the flag for Kerbacide. Let's have a look. We make them Rastafarian Kerbals? No, maybe not. I think last time No, last time we used the cat, didn't we? Okay, let's make them Rasta Kerbals. Kerbal motion. Experimental. There we go, experimental Kerbals. Oh yes, yes TJP War, it is, we're playing sandbox, so really the only thing that we're not worrying about is we are not worrying about money and science. But we've got things like, we've got Rover Dude's life support, so we have to keep our Kerbals alive. So let's have a look at what science and that we've got. The facility is closed. Right, well, let's go have a look at what ships we've got. So we've got things like, the standard stuff, but then there's Salamander, which is one of Rover Dude's things. Look at this. He's got that's a nice looking model. It's really cool. There's this honey badger. So he's really got some extra things over here that we've got. Well, let's just put this guy over here. Fuel tanks. We've also got tweak scale. So these fuel tanks look normal. That's not a fuel tank. Why is it in the fuel tanks? Plus explosions. Well, we often have way more explosions than we do Kerbal death counts, because half the time I manage to actually recover the Kerbals, without, even though there's big explosions. Honey badger VTOL. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We could actually make some nice VTOL crafts. Ooh. Oh. Ducted fans. Oh. This could be. And the engines. This could be really, really interesting. Let's have a. Just looking at the parts that we've got. I actually haven't played with any of these parts. Any of Rover. Look at this. Oh, these look good. It's electric. Okay. Okay, we could make some interesting things. We could make some really, really interesting craft with these parts. Ooh. Medium micro. Oh yes, yes, yes. I am beginning to roidal sass. Oh, how big is this SAS thing? Look at it. Damn. A 5-meter sass. Oh, oh. Yes, yes. The possibilities for this. Possibilities are. Alright, so. And then payloads, aerodynamics, we've got all our stuff. Ground. Heater. Those small little things. Okay, thermals. Electrical, standard, communication, science. Again, we're not really going to need any of this. Utility, honey badger nuclear reactor, honey badger cargo pod. Next cargo. Okay, so he's got all that. We haven't got carbonite loaded. We've just got the normal, the normal ore. Got your nuclear reactors. Pretty small nuclear reactors. many star lifter nuclear reactor. This thing. Wow. Alright, we've also got robotics, of course. We've got Kiss and Kaz, so they can do work outside. These are the life support stuff, or Kerbal life support. He's changed a lot of the things. Right. Now there might be some I'm missing. This is the colonization. You see, some of this stuff has really changed. Can this deploy? See, the models have changed as well. Right. Correct. 100. Right. 100 multi. Oh, but. It's got lots of attachment points. So that could work. Node helper. What's this do? Okay. We'll have to figure out what these things are. That gives a node there. And then let's see, what can we... see this? Interesting. But you notice how now, with this one, how it actually fills in the other parts. I'm not quite sure what this thing is. Not sure. Alright, then we've got the construction stuff, which is okay. Now I've seen him do this, where you can make actual craft. Okay, so you got logistics, which is kind of all the other things for various goods, copper, silver, stuff like that. Got the manufacturing, industrial strip miner, ME drill, portable drill-o-matics, orbital shipyard. So we've got lots of little things to do. We also have ScanSat in here, which... So where is my ScanSat? I'm pretty sure I installed ScanSat. Maybe it's under utilities. Well, you know, maybe it's under... landing module. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Alright, so we've got stabilizers, we've got science. I'm not seeing any of the ScanSat stuff. And I do have ScanSat installed. So I'm not sure. Maybe I need to install the community tree. Yeah, unfortunately a lot of these things are not quite available in Seeking at the moment, so maybe I've missed some dependencies. I'll have to take a closer look. This I've been really busy and haven't had a lot of time to actually get these things done. Okay, so I mean, we've got lots of toys to play with. And I've got another surprise for you. Okay, so let me show you my new surprise. So let's do a new craft. Yeah, I believe so. I've got most of Rover Dude's mods. I might have missed a few. I was going through and I was trying to download them and getting them all set up. But let me show you something over here. Okay, so let us launch this craft. So yeah, I mean, if there's any particular mods that you want running, let me know and I will install them. Okay, so you ready for this? You ready to see the new stuff? There's a reason why I called this Kerbacide 2 the next generation. Let me show you. Last one. Right, you ready to see why I called it that? Ta-da! Yeah, put on your EVA suit on. Your EVA. Look! A little Starfleet, guys! They've got their Starfleet uniforms on. This is Kerbacide 2, the next generation. Yes, I loaded up Texture Replacer and I found a little Starfleet Star Trek. Now you know why I called it Kerbacide 2, the next generation. Look at them. I should call him Bones. No. So yeah, Star Trek Kerbals. You gotta love Texture Replacer. It's awesome. So yes, welcome to the new generation of Kerbals. Boldly goes into nuclear explosions. Alright, so actually let's just revert this. Alright, so that was this one of the surprises. Ooh, look at this. Wow. What the hell? Orca. Crew capacity of 6. For long journeys. Wow. And then I've got the construction thing. So with the construction thing, we should be able to interesting. We should be able to weld things together as well. So that can happen. See, lots of things we can do with this. Definitely a lot of things. Alright, but I think first things first. What we need to do is let's give us guys some communication. Now, I did some tests, and what I found was an Enterprise interplanetary shuttle. Yeah, maybe I should get warp drive. Maybe I should get warp drive for that. Alright, so what I'm thinking of doing is one of the things we need is we need good communications, because we want our we want communications to other planets and stuff like that. So I think the first thing we're going to do in Kerbacide is we are going to build some geosynchronous orbits. Now that's at 2 geosynchronous satellites. That's at 2,837, I believe. Let's have a look. Google will know the answer for me. I believe it's 2,000. Ah, no, that's geosynchronous. Geosynchronous is 36,000 kilometers. 35,786 kilometers. However, a Kerbal geosynchronous orbit is 2,863. I was close. I said 2,800. Actually, was I right? I was almost right. I remember. 2,863. That is the height we want to get to. And then we'll have stationary orbits. So let's build ourselves some. We call this the Keo satellite. Oh wait, you just saw me do something. Keo Comsat. Now you saw me do something over there. Which was this. What we can do, okay, because remember this is all about fashion. So we're gonna have this module, a good module. We're gonna put some batteries over there just for funsies. Now we're gonna need a big satellite. We're gonna just use the big relay antenna, biggest one we got, because you know, cost is not an issue. Alright, and what we're also going to do is, you know, for lighting, there will be an accessories. Lights. So we are going to have maybe 4 lights going down. Maybe do it like that. You know, we could probably do it with 2. Alright, and we're going to do it like this. And we are going to push this in a bit. And maybe bring it back a little. Okay. Now what we can do as well is we can set the lights on. Maybe make this a yeah, it's kind of that blue. Maybe a little bit less green. There we go. Okay, so if we turn the lights out there, you can see what that kind of looks like. So what this is called lights out. So in the hangar, we can see what this thing looks like at night. Right, so okay, so we're going to have this. All right, so this is going to have plenty of power. Now what I'm thinking as well is, yeah, let's finish this off properly. What the hell is this? 5 docking adapter. Okay, I think maybe we made this too big. So maybe I think a smaller one would probably be better. Yes. Okay, switch the node. Smaller one. Get rid of these guys. Maybe do the smaller battery. Okay, that smaller battery. Yeah, that looks good. All right. And now we could even have a PDU on here as well. And what we'll do with these guys is we'll just that. Bring them up like that. Alright, so these satellites, I mean, they're going to cost a huge amount, but you know what? It's worth it. It is going to be our complete comm satellite. Now, what we might actually do as well is we might use things like now there's a cubic arc. No, that there. And we might do things like okay, it's definitely going to have one of these. One of these is important. Just for the launch and stuff like that. And then maybe like a couple of give 4 of those. That just looks good. It's you don't actually need it. Let's see what else can we do on this thing. Now science-wise. Oh, there's a scan multi-spectrum scanner. But we might as well have one of these on. Perimeter scanner. Okay, so here's all the ScanSat stuff. Again, this is too... I don't actually need any of these. I'm just adding these on because they kind of... yeah, it makes it look pretty. It gives it something. And let's give it... we'll definitely give it one of these. Okay, and it's going to definitely need some power. So if I do this, and we are going to turn this a little bit down. Alright, so kind of that looks fine. I mean, how much power? We've got 3,000 electric charge. That should be enough. I mean, this is... it's just going to set up there in Kerb's orbit. Not actually really going to do anything. We definitely going to need some sort of fuel tank. Yeah, it does. But it will be really good for long-range communication to... that's 100 gigawatt, and that's 100. So for long-range communication, it will help. Okay, so here we go. And I'm going to give it just a normal engine. Oh, that's 1,300. So that's enough to kind of move it around as required. Alright, so let's get this guy. Alright, so that is our Kerbacide. Is there anything else we want to put on this? Now we've got all these things. I mean, again, these things are kind of just for the shits and giggles, because they're not really, I mean, that's max altitude 5,000 meters. Okay, 500,000 meters. And we're going to be out at 2,000 kilometers. So I'm not quite sure. Right, so let's see. I mean, this is the key. This one. All right, so let's put lights out. Should we change this to like a? There you go. Look at that. That looks cool. That's going to look cool in space. Alright. So, now we're going to send this. Do we want to send multiple ones of these? I mean, we could make really, really tiny ones. Let's have a look. Or we could do this. Then we could have something. Where is it? Payload. That's kind of payload that we're looking at. Yeah, let's do this. There'll be a couple of launches. I mean, we could shotgun it. Maybe shotgunning it might be a good idea. Let's try that. Now, when I say shotgunning it, what I'm talking about is something like this, where we take, where is it now? The structural. There you go. Alright, so, and what I'm going to do is probably take and let's get this. Get rid of this one. Right, so you see what we're shotgunning now is we are going to put see, that's what I mean by shotgunning. We got 4 satellites up like that. Of course, this is not quite going to work properly. So what we're probably going to need to do is have the robotics, and it would be kind of a joint hinge pivot. Would it be a and let's see, and where is C in this would put like that, and then so when we want to deploy these, it deploys out like that. So maybe to kind of maybe make these like sort of okay, so this would be called the set launch. Okay, so hinge range to 45. Okay, so reset goes all the way forward to 45. And what I'm going to do then is I think I'm going to just pull this slightly out here. Okay, I mean it's the way it actually works, unfortunately. Okay, so go away. And then we are going to do the payload. I'm going to use the big one. Can we do this one? Alright, that'll work. Okay, so now what we're going to do then yeah, TJ, that's a perfect thing. We could actually use the same sort of setup to shotgun satellites all over the place. And these are big relay satellites. So all you need, I did some tests offline actually when I lost my internet. Let's rebuild this one actually. So so I did some tests. And essentially all you need for a satellite to be a relay, for everything to work, as you know, like the problem I had with the Duna lander. What I did was I put one of these, just this big relay, in orbit of Duna. And then on the actual lander, all I had was a tiny little aerial like that, and I didn't lose control. The problem I had was I had no relays. I had a mix between relays and direct. Relays are the important one. If you want to send the communication around, you've got to use relays, not direct. Direct is about direct to direct to Kerbin. I'm not sure about direct to satellite, but direct to Kerbin. So the relays are the important ones. These are these guys. So you see, that's a relay. That's a 100G relay, 15G relay, and 2G relay. Now for Kerbin wise, I'm just doing, I could have actually used a smaller relay, but I'm just going with the high power because why the hell not? More power. But when you're in the smaller game, then you might need to do relays and have them like kind of spaced so that you can actually build up your power thing. Alright, so let's give this, not that one, that was a little bit too big. Just give him that, and let's give him some power. Okay, and we give him, that's 1,300 to push that. Right, now this will push it up to 2,863, which is the orbit. In fact, what I'm actually going to do, well, just because of this is going to be our let's just bring this guy like that, and maybe give him, how much battery does he? Oh, he should be alright. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Then let's give it some. It's obviously got to get it. It's got to get into orbit first. So time for it to get into orbit. So let's give it a rocket max. We're going to do our usual just overdo things, of course, because we're good at that. So we're going to do that. Alright, how much is that? 1,300. Nope. This is definitely not overdone enough. So we are going to get some 4 of those.
They are out there watching.
Hey Loopy Dragon, thank you for the host. So remember, we need to get this up to about 3,400 to get us into normal orbit, and then the other 1,300 will get us will take us up to 2,800 quite easily. So that's the plan. This is going to be the first launch of it, and of course, when you do the first launch of any rocket program, you've got to launch in style. Okay. I think style is not really an issue with this. We are yes. We are going completely overboard here. That doesn't make it. That makes it No different from what we normally do. I love these big guys. Yeah, we're going to go a little bit too fast. And that's 3-4. I think we got to give it just a little bit extra power. Alright, and let's aerodynamical. I always think this looks pretty cool. I think this is a cool I think it's a pretty cool looking craft. Alright, and you know, time to strut it. To strut our stuff. Now, yes, I know you can use auto struts, but I still don't trust auto struts. I prefer my own struts. Although this one, I am going to auto strut to the heaviest part. And this one I'm going to, because I know this one is normally flaky. This guy is normally flaky. So I'll auto strut him. Alright. That looks good. That looks good. We are going to stack separators. Okay, I'll do this over there. Alright, now 306. Way too much power. So let's limit these all the way down. 168 is good enough. Alright, yeah, that's good. Okay, one more thing which we forgot. When you're doing this, you need a good separation. So it's under engines. Separatrons. Yeah, I think about there would be good. That should work. Okay, so what do we think of that? Let's take these and go auto strut these. There we go. Okay. Yep, this looks good. Put him down there. Chances of this will be up there, like that. Alright, so this is the Kerbacide. Kerbacide. Yeah, Kerbacide. Yeah, that's fine. Good enough. Alright, so let's launch this and get this into geostationary orbit, and that will give us all our comms that will be able to communicate with the world. Let's actually have a look here. Well, configure visible buttons. Alright, Infernal Robotics. And action groups extended. Oh, no. Alright, so this should work, no problem. Plenty of power. Alright, so let's and send this up to geostationary orbit. Now, geostationary is at 2,800 and something, so it's away. Alright, this is our very first launch of Kerbacide. Notice, the Kerbal death count is 0. The Kerbal exploding count is 0. Let's see how long we can keep it that way. Alright, so. Oh no. Wow. What the? Oh. We almost. Ah. What the hell is going on, Separatrons? You up here? Almost had another. Heh. Oh no! Thanks for that, Loopy. The EJ raid that what I got was, it was scary. I wasn't used to having so many people, but it was fun. Okay, so wow. Okay, so when I did that little funny thing, it screwed up the staging. All right, so let's go for it. Yeah, no, Loopy, always welcome. I've also been catching you occasionally because you stream right before I stream, so it's I tend to catch you a little bit. But I'm too busy doing other things to actually really chat too much to you in chat. Oh yeah. EJ and Daz they kind of like raid buddies. They raid each other all the time. And they are the really big Kerbal streamers. Alright, so we are ready. Our staging looks good. Everything looks good. Okay, so fire it up. Actually, that's flying really solidly. No shaking. Let's redirect this. Yeah, I actually, you know something, I know there's quite a number of KSP streamers that stream on KSP TV and that as well. But the one that I've usually watched the most is actually Daz. I never even watched EJ a lot. You know, I catch him every now and then, but Daz is pretty much the major one I watch for KSP. Oh, this is actually looking really good, isn't it? Very stable craft. Oops. I had to refine my PS4 version. Oh, really, TJP? Yeah, to be honest, without mods, you know, it's really, really difficult without. Okay, this is a pretty steep launch, but it's okay. Yeah, without mods, this game can be. I mean, it's not a bad game without mods, but the mods just add so much extra to it. Oh, is it? You see, I never play anything on console. I don't even own a console. Alright, so we're getting this guy really high. Remember, we're not even going to bother at 100. This is going towards synchronous orbit. So, alright, let's get rid of these guys. Nice. I suppose at about 500 we could possibly look at circularizing. I mean, we're already in space, so we could get rid of these things. I'm really going to circularize at 500, I think. Alright, that's good enough. Okay, so let's have a look here. And maneuver at the upper apsis. And we're going to just circularize over there. You see, now we've got a whole lot of PDUs on this thing, so really we don't even need to do more than that. I'm just going to... How is our... Okay, see, look at that electrical charge. It's not even using any electrical charge because I've got, each one has got 4 PDUs. So 10 minutes. We've got a slight inclination, not a problem really. Really? 7 times? That's terrible when that happens. Yeah, what I actually do on the PC version is I've got my save files actually on Dropbox. So I can, even if I've got this autosave thing that, you know, constantly creates saves. But even if that gets corrupted, I can always go back to Dropbox and get Dropbox history. Rear mode. Okay, see, for me that wouldn't be too bad because I don't really pay too much attention to career mode. You know, for me, I like sandbox, but for somebody starting the game, career mode is really, really good because it gets you into the game. Yeah, and other people absolutely love the career mode. For me, it's not really a thing, but I definitely understand it. Yeah, career mode is important. Yeah, it's an important aspect of the game, without doubt. Okay, so we've got it over there. All right, now. I think we'll do it at the periapsis. Now what we're going to do, actually we can do it over here, it really doesn't matter where. Add maneuver, and we are going to push ourselves all the way up. We're going to push there, 2,863. 2,863. Yeah, you know, the whole thing about, I mean, on a console, you've got to get it right because not everybody can download patches and stuff like that. But unfortunately, it's something that's crept into, there you go, that's key synchronous. It's something that's crept into the PC thing where it's about, you know, shipping it as soon as possible and fix the problems later. Now, the kind of that, for me, that is a terrible idea because there is so much competition for games and stuff like that, that when you do that sort of idea, people get the game, they look at it, they play it, it's broken and stuff like that. It's broken, I'm refunding, I'm not interested anymore. You know, especially after being burnt by things like No Man's Sky and stuff like that. People just got no patience for that. MMOs. Look at something like Conan, Age of Conan. They sold 1 million copies pre-order and stuff like that. After a month, they had no players left. They were down to like 30,000 players because everything was done really well in the first 20 levels. After that, it was completely unfinished, and the plan was to finish it later after they got the cash in. And it's a bad idea. Yeah. Hey, Kingsley. Kingsley, we are busy launching our very first item on Kerbacide 2, and it is going to be for a comm relay set. Alright, so what we're doing is, you see what I've done here is over here, I am pushing this up to 2863, which is the Kerbin 2863, which is the Kerbin geosynchronous orbit. I mean, yeah, it's got a slight inclination, but I don't think that's... No, not Kerbacide, Kerbacide, aka genocide for Kerbals. That's why. But there, you've got a death count and you've got the explosion count. But on that side. Last series, we killed 33 Kerbals. This time we're going to try to do a little bit better than that. So 36 seconds before, that's when I want to do the burn. Yeah, so Kingsley, this is a sandbox mode. We've got life support and all things like that. Obviously, we are using, we're using the Comnet relay stations and stuff like that. And what we are doing is now we are doing a launch of 4 Kerbal com stations into orbit. 4 of them at the same time. Okay, so let's have a look. We are almost 2, 3. At 6-4, 1 kilometer difference. Ah, we can live with that. We can live with that. Alright, so then at this one, at the upper axis, we want to circularize it. What's that going to cost? 309. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. We're going to go all the way over here. That's close enough. Okay, so let's F5 this. Now what are we going to do? This is where it gets cool. Okay, so there's our 4 satellites. Alright, so we are going to lease this one. Okay, we are going to call this. This one will be called here Comsat Relay 1. Or here Comsat 1. Oh, well, this will cover all our communication things. Right. Okay, and this one. Right. So what we're going to do with this one at the upper axis, add maneuver at the upper axis to circularize. This is going to take 309 delta V, which is the same as the other one, and we are going to activate this engine. Might as well open these. Not that we really need it. Might as well open this one. So this. Let's start this. Start this. Let's get so everything's working. Look at it. Look at it work. I mean, this is a big thing. Okay, and now fashion lighting. Look how pretty. Okay, so he's coming up there and he's going to get himself. Now the other one, he's going to just continue falling around. So if we go back over here and we look at this and we can delete this. We go back here. This thing. So that's just going to fall around until the next time it's at this point, and then we're going to send the next one, and the next time, and the next one. And okay, so at 15 seconds before, so 16 seconds before, so crap. 1 second. Okay, that was my ISP, just calling to make sure that everything was working as it should after they repaired everything yesterday. So, yeah, so there we go. ISP actually doing their job. Who would have thought? They came in, they changed the modem, everything's working. Cost to me zero. Actually, on Sunday, there was a big, massive power failure, and I think the exchange got completely stuffed up. But for some reason, my previous modem got fried; it couldn't connect. So they came in to have a look, check the lines and all that sort of stuff yesterday afternoon, and replaced the modem. So everything is back to normal now. Okay, so 16 seconds before. 23, Right, and there. Let's just... Alright, so let's have a look at this. 2862, 2864. That's pretty good. So it's going to remain right there. Alright, so now this is Kerbacide 1. So let's go on to the... Oh, the other one's too distant. So let's go on to this one. This would be Kerbacide. Right, so what we do is this one we go... Now look what happens. If that's staying at the exact same place above Urban. Alright. Now this will be... Oh, it's almost exactly on the other side, which is great. So... Right, so let's do the next one. So that's kind of almost exactly half. Is perfect. Now we just need to kind of make a change over here. Alright, so let's decouple this one. And we are going to extend these, activate that engine, and activate the scanner, start this scan, start star scan, and start multispectral scan, and in this intent. And fashion lighting because that's important. And we are going to call this Kerbacide 2. Oh no, 3. We're going to call this 3. Because with the other one we're going to have 2, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah. So we're going to call this 3. Alright, and what we're going to do then is at the upper axis, add maneuver at the upper axis, and we're going to circularize this one as well. Right, and then throw this over there, and again it's exactly the same burn as the last one. It's getting itself into the correct position. And 16 seconds before, we are going to do this one. Oh, good. And boom. Now it's not exactly 100% opposite, but it's fairly close. If you can put one over here and one over here, that would kind of complete it. And I mean that's kind of close enough. Okay. Alright, so he's so he's done. Alright, so let's now go to the last one. And what I'm going to do so we are controlling from okay, and this is at 496. So what we're going to do is maybe do this to what the what the hell? Yeah. How was it really kind of oh, because it was unbalanced. Alright. So we're putting this up to 1,000. Okay. That should kind of half the... That should half it. Okay. So let this thing go. Let's F5 this. And let's see what happens. Ooh. Maybe another one. Yeah, that one looks much better. Okay, so we are going to bring these up. What the hell? Sorry. That is weird. Okay, so obviously something's going wrong. Okay. Something went pretty wrong there. Alright, so we can launch this one. Right, now he's gonna have at the upper axis. And we're gonna circularize him. Which is 205. Okay, yes, less. It's less this time. We're going to activate this engine. Alright, and... oh, this actually needs a slight bit of a change. There we go. Oh, it's just a slight plane change. Okay, that will do. Okay, and this one is ComSat 3, ComSat 1. So we're going to make this ComSat 4. Then this. You can call this rename vessel ComSat IV. Okay, so he's done there, and we can start, activate the scanner. We can start that. We can start that scan, and we can put some lights on. All right, so and again, it's 11 seconds before. Yeah, it's, you know what? I'm not a fan of ports. You know, it's actually it's a massive, for me. It's a massive problem with you know, with the PC gaming, is that a lot of PC games have been, just to use the term, dumbed down because of ports to consoles. So, and it's kind of very rare that a PC game goes to console. So it's a bit of a tough one. Yeah, I probably had some sort of timetables and they had to meet, and not making excuses or anything like that. But you know, it's difficult. Obviously, they don't want to spend too much money on it because they've already done all the development and stuff like that. So who knows? Who knows the reasons why they did what they did? Yeah, well, that looks sort of alright. Okay, so at 11 seconds, we're going to start our burn. Is our engines activated? 11 seconds. Burn. Right, there we go. Done. What's that? 2864, 2863. Yeah. Oh, look here. I mean, if you, okay, so you develop a game on a PC, right? And you want to get it, and you want to port it to console. Now, either you have to kind of hire people with a whole lot of console knowledge. You've got to train them. You've got to, you know, get all that stuff through, make it kind of workable for those guys and stuff like that. Or you hire a company that specializes in console ports and say, all right, what do I do? Yeah, so just common. That's the basic button there. Yeah, so you hire somebody that specializes in that sort of thing, and that way there's no training. You don't need to worry about the staff and stuff like that. You give them the code base. They run their specialized programs to do all that sort of stuff. They do all the Q&A on it and stuff like that. And then, you obviously need to do some sort of QA on it. But it also leads to the problem that if it's not perfect, they say, oh, well, the contract said this amount of hours and this and that and whatever. Yeah, it can get into difficult situations. I mean, that's business, unfortunately. Alright, so we've got our last one to do now. Alright, so oh, that actually looks. How does that look? New, a little bit too close. I think maybe this one. Yep. Ah, there we go. This looks good. Okay, so how close are we? Can probably get that. Yeah, this one looks good. Right, so this will be ComSat 2. So decouple. Bit of yes. I'll have to come back to that one soon. Right, and you know what I'm gonna do? This guy is running out of power, so right, okay, so let's just see how much time we've got. Add maneuver, upper abscess, circularize. 5 minutes. Okay, so I can do this quickly. Right, so this guy, turn this on, turn retrograde, and take this guy out of orbit. Alright, there we go. Just crash. So he's been crashed in. This guy. Ah, crap. No! No, I want to jump to that other satellite. There you go. Yeah. Also, the other thing with consoles, it's much harder to get your stuff approved and things like that. It's it takes much more time. PC, you kind of control the release. Consoles, you've got to rely on other people to control the release time. Okay, so this is in 3 minutes time. See, we don't even need this. This thing has got so much power. And flashing lighting. And we are going to call this one Kerbacide 2. So 11 seconds. 11 seconds to go. And then we will actually have our whole geosynchronous orbit working. 11. Yeah, oh yeah, they well, look at, but then again, Steam is kind of, you know, it's a platform like the Android store, the things like that. I mean, I think it's absolutely a fantastic platform. I don't think I would, if it wasn't for Steam, I definitely wouldn't own as many games as I do. And I think that's the same with a lot of people. Alright, look at that. Alright, so let this... I see, so that one's dying. And now these things are all at the same height, so they shouldn't gain on each other and stuff like that. And let's have a look at this. But that is a complete network. Look at that. That looks good, doesn't it? And what you'll notice is, you see, this guy is above the Kerbin station, and he's always above the Kerbin station. Look at that. He never moves off it. This is what the geosynchronous or geosynchronous orbit is. It is revolving exactly the same rate as the planet is. Now, the reason you do it this way, and this is from what I was doing remote tech, is with remote tech, there is only one communication place, and that's this one. Oh yeah, good idea. Well, I'm not sure if you'll do a... the problem is the polar satellites have to revolve around there the same way. I'm not sure how we could do the polar sats, because it's going to be doing like that way, and so they're always going to be moving. Probably like 4 polar sats. Because the polar sats, yeah, polar sats are going to be interesting. But you see, the whole idea was, with remote tech, this is what I used to do, is I used to have these guys up here. Okay, and then I used to have like another 4 sort of in like low at about 100 to cover all the earth and stuff like that. So those 4 down here would speak to these and bounce around and go back to, so everything always had... I don't think I do need a polar sat, to be honest. I mean, these guys, they're reaching up there. I mean, we could do polar sats. You want to do a polar sat? Do the same system, but do it with polar sats? I don't see an issue with it. Let's try it out. I mean, since we are setting up our whole communication network, let's do that. Let's set up a polar sat. We're going to do the exact same way at the exact same height, and they're going to go around like that. We send 4 up. Why not? Look at that, pretty. And look at that. So that's ComSat 2, 1, 2, 3. Let's try this one. ComSat. What's that, 4? Yeah, 4. Which 2? So let's turn this back to real. So let's that's there we go. Alright, so that's completely dark. So this is what you'll see. If you come to close it in space, this is the shadow of the planet. Now notice, even in the shadow, I'm not losing power. Basically because I've got 4 of these PDUs. so these guys, 1, 2, are providing all the power I need. Look at that. Look at that. Completely dark, flashing lighting. That looks cool, doesn't it? That actually looks really, really cool. All right, so let's do. Let's do the same. Let's try get these exact same 4 satellites. We get a rotating, a rotating orbit, polar type experience. Now they will rotate. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not even sure what's going to happen. I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen. Let's do it. Let's do it. So we go back to the Space Center. We are going to go into this. We're going to just do something a little bit different. A little bit different. So open up. These are all the Kerbacide. We are going to, first of all, we are going to name this Kerbacide. Wait a minute. Oh, no. I don't know why I did that. Right, then the other thing we're going to do is we are going to take these guys. Right, so let's lights. We are going to maybe make these more of a pink. And we are going to make these guys more of a there we go. Okay. So, different colors for different satellites. We can see right off the bat. Okay, so everything's there as normal. Same shit, different day. Same shit, different day. These are our polar sats. Let's save this. And let's launch this. And still, 0 explosions. Alright, now. Normally what I would do when I do this is I would, shift over there. This time I'm going to shift in a different way. Alright, so you ready for this launch? Actually, how much time have we spent in Kerbal so far? 8 days. Getting those satellites in orbit. But it's worth it. And full power. Go. Alright, now we are getting to 50 and now we do the turn. Okay, so just following this. So in other words, we launching straight into polar. We're not even attempting to go into normal orbit. It just feels weird launching this way. It really does. Those guys. So, I mean, we're getting way into space. We're pretty much hitting space now. Actually going to pull this up all the way up to 1,000. We're getting this guy up to 1,000. There we go. And over here we will add the upper abscess to circularize. Now. Okay, that's inclination is 86. We want it to be 90. So I wonder if we can change this. There you go, 90. Okay, so that would change it to 90. Then we're going to increase it up to 28. We are going to increase it up to 2863. So it's the same height. Two, 863. One more. 2863. There we go. All right, and inclination. There's a slight adjustment. I should have done this on the other one as well to make sure that they were exactly at 90. There you go, 90. That's good enough. All right, so you do that burn, and then at the top there, you know, it will do the change. Then over there we'll do kind of the circularize at the upper axis. Now we see what happens. I have no idea how this is going to work. 800. Okay. And it's a 1 minute 8 second burn. Okay, let's just F5 this quickly. See, now that I've kind of figured out how the new Kerbal Palm thing works, it is actually a hell of a lot easier than Remote Tech is. I mean, a hell of a lot easier. Remote Tech can be vicious. Right, so 1 minute 8 seconds before. Alright, so alright, so get everything ready. 120. And yeah. So this is bringing us into orbit and setting our height right up there. I mean, look at this. Yeah. Crazy. I suppose I could change the height of all of these, you know, to release the plane. To make sure that they're all on the exact same plane. But they're pretty close. Pushing this up. I really don't know what this orbit's going to do, to be honest. Just don't know. Because I know it's sideways, it's geosynchronous. I don't know what it is from top to bottom, so this is going to be new to me too. Done. So that's at 2833. Alright, so let this go up. .34 minutes away. Okay, about 7 minutes away. Alright, so what we can do now is right. Now, first one. Decouple. And we shall call you Polasat 1. Okay. Then your solar panels. Activate your engine first of all. Change your solar panels there. Then that. Start that scan. Extend antenna. Start that scan. Start that scan. And over there, a maneuver at the upper axis, circularize. See, it's kind of right on that. Look at that. That's going to be weird. All right, and position. So 5 minutes. Right, and flashing lighting. Hey, that looks pretty cool. A purple and red satellite. All right. 11 seconds before, so same as normal. So we. Minutes. Okay, so everything is ready. 11 seconds before we start the burn. And burn. Okay. So a polar geosynchronous orbit thing. What's that? 288. You know what? It's good enough. That won't fall out of orbit for a while. Alright, so then we go back. This craft. Okay. Always make adjustments later. And let's see what happens. They're going to be kind of not quite right, is it? I don't want to let that go yet. I think I'll get it, do one more rotation. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. Okay, so let's do this one. Hey, Owen Play, how you doing? So this is why you want this. Okay, so that's right. Stack decoupler. Really? Oh. Well, that helps. I was still kind of at hyperspeed. And Grazzo in play. You have just been blocked. Well done. You managed to do that in about 3 seconds. Alright, so add maneuver on the upper axis. You're going to circularize this one. So that's kind of all getting ready to do that. Let's activate this engine. We set this maneuver node up. And we are going to start this, start the radar scan, activate the scanner, and then this, and of course fashion lighting. And we're going to call this Polosat Relay 2. Okay, so same thing at 11 seconds before. It's pretty much the exact same setup as the last one. So 11 seconds before. Oh, shit. Damn it. We should be alright. Right, and we are getting that. Okay. Good, 2, yeah, alright, that's right. Good, 4, 282, okay. So that's good. That one's done. Right, so now we go back to the other one. And we wait for the same thing again. Now notice these will not stay at the same place on Kerbin because, you know, they go in polar orbit. They're actually moving around in polar orbit. It's the ones, these other ones are traveling at the same speed as the Kerbin is rotating, so they stay at the geosynchronous spot. Let's see. Nope, that's too close. Oh. That's actually alright. Yeah, this one should be alright. Okay. So let's see, this one is 1, this one is 2, so this one will be 4. Alright, so let's get this guy out there. And we are going to call you, rename Polosat 4. And so this is, you know, what people, when they refer to shotgunning satellites. And it's pretty much what we're doing is we're setting up, you know, like a 4 satellites at once. So that really wasn't a big thing to get this, you know, to get all these satellites on. It's 1 launch, 2 launches, and we've got a whole communication network up and running. 2 launches. That's all it took. Right, so air maneuver at the upper axis, circularize, right, and let this guy get into position, and it's 9 minutes away. Right, and right, 8 minutes. Let's just F5 this. 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. 11 seconds before. And boost. Right. Let's bring it out. And 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. There we go. Maybe touch more. There we go. Touch too much, but you know what? That's fine. Okay, so that's satellite done. Right, now what I'm going to do now, the last satellite. Alright, so let's see, that is 1, 2, the last satellite is 3. And we know he's gonna have to fit this place right here. So what I can actually do, since these are just floating around now, is I'm going to switch to the polar set. And I'm going to I might as well just get rid of this guy right now. And I am going to call this activate, extend. I mean, you might as well just get him his whole self done now. It really doesn't make a difference. I mean, it is in orbit. And we're going to call this Kerbacide 3, because that's going to be his position. Alright, now the other one, this guy, what we're going to do is we're going to move him, and we're going to burn this F5 this, and we're going to burn this guy so that he crashes back into Kerbin. We don't want to leave him lying around. There we go, done. Alright. Then because we can't actually Right, so switch to ScanSat 3. Alright, so let's have a look. So let's have a look until this one gets into, you know, the right position. Let's have a look at what our whole communication thing looks like. Look at that. Right, so let's see. Okay, so let's have a look. Too close. Too close. This is looking promising. No, too close. Yep. Yep. That's actually that's looking promising. Yeah, that's the one. This is the one. This is the one we want. So, add the upper abscess circularize. Alright. So 15 minutes. Get this into position. So pretty much for whichever angle you get yourself to. In fact, maybe we should change this. I have an idea. I've got an idea. So we want to get this to right, I'll say 11 seconds before. Engine is activated. Oh, turn on our lights. We're about to get ourselves into orbit. Coin. Ten, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Boom. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Done. And what have we got? Perfect. All right. So let's F5 this. Now, you know what I'm thinking? If I go to settings, difficulty, and we say enable extra ground stations, we don't want those. All right, so. Okay, so you've only got, so this is more like remote tech. You've only got the Kerbin station that is communicating with things. So for example, say we want to switch to this satellite. Right, now it's on the other side of the Kerbin station. So let's look at the how it gets to the Kerbin station. Boom, boom. That satellite would go to there and there. Let's take this satellite, for example. How does this one communicate with the ground station? It's got all these options. See, look how it's switching. And now I can communicate directly. Now it's behind it. It's switching over. So basically, with this satellite communication network, anybody from anywhere will be able to always communicate. Now, I've done the exact same thing with Remote Tech. Did the same launch, did the same profile with Remote Tech, even with a single ground station, and it was no problem. So we'll leave it like this. We'll leave it with a single ground station, not multiple ground stations. I just think this is a kind of a, not more realistic, because, but I like this. It requires a little bit more thinking than just aiming a satellite and firing it off. So yeah, we've got our whole satellite. You look at it, it can reach almost all of them except for the one directly opposite it. Pretty cool, isn't it? So there we go. We've got a complete bubble of satellites. I mean, it doesn't matter what planet we talk to or whatever, you've got this whole big mesh that will be able to pick up the signal and always redirect it back to the Kerbin Center. It will be the same with any crafts we launch now. Any probes. No problem with these things now. So we've got our mesh satellite done. Now we could do another big mesh satellite, like, you know, I usually go and I throw one up around here, sort of out over here to catch it and relay it back. But we'll see. You know, throw the same thing down to Eve and stuff like that. And in fact, while we're at it, let's just get all these things done. So, Kerbin to Moho. When is the next time? Wow. That's in a while. Okay. Add the alarm. Kerbin to Eve. When is the next time? Add the alarm. Kerbin to Duna. When is the next time? Oh. Got it. Add the alarm. Kerbin to Jewel. Plot it. Add the alarm. Kerbin to Dress. Plot it. Add the alarm. Kerbin to Elu. Plot it. Add the alarm. So if we look at our alarms, oh, that's basic. This thing is annoying now. Hide M2s. Oh no, you don't want to hide them. Alright, done. Alright, yeah, I can actually remove one of these. But there we go. So, the very first time we've got another planet coming up would be Duna. That's in 212 days time. So we've kind of got a lot of time in which to kind of, I don't know, establish bases or do construction in space and things like that. Plenty of time to design that. We've also got, TJP, that is what we'll do. Yeah, you see what we can do over here is you send them out and you drop them exactly the same sort of thing. You drop them to like Eve orbit, and you know, when the thing comes around, then you kind of speed it up to go back into Kerbin orbit. So exactly the same thing as I did there. Obviously, it needs a hell of a lot more fuel to do that, but it's something we can actually do right now. Do we want to continue doing that? Put on more, throw satellites and try get them into, you know, do another shotgun thing and throw them into this sort of area over here. I don't see why not. What we'll do is we'll just add a lot more fuel. A lot more fuel to it. To each satellite, I think. A07. 07. Look at my satellite network. These are my satellites. And this is my satellite network. Okay, the only place I can communicate is the Kerbin station. But look at this satellite network that we've got. Relays all around. So we've got geosynchronous, and then it's not even polar synchronous, it's just kind of polar things. It actually looks so good. So if we do let you see. Now the other thing to realize is, look at this guy. If I switch to this one, if I switch to this guy, now watch this. He's got direct communication with Kerbin. You know what? He never loses direct communication with Kerbin. Ever. Because of that geosynchronous. So all the other satellites will talk to him to talk to Kerbin. Now this guy as well has also got direct access to Kerbin. So we've got two satellites that have always got direct access to Kerbin. This one doesn't. So if this one is for some reason is blocked, they can go via this one. And then you've got these guys rotating that will get a chance. Like at the moment, direct access, no access. So you've always got, at any time, you've always got 4 satellites that can relay to Kerbin. Because Kerbin is the only place that we can communicate to on the Kerbin Space Center. It's the only place we can communicate to. So at any time, you will always have 4 satellites able to communicate with you, to communicate to it. And these are all 100G relays. So it should be good. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Now what we do now. Wow, Kingsley. Have you either avert 30 minutes worth of attempting to encounter Minimus? Really? That took you that long to encounter Minimus? I mean, is there something I can help you with getting around Minimus? Do you want me to explain? You know, I mean, if you need any help, just ask. Alright, so let's have a look. Let's have a look here. I'm just going to use this one. Oh, really? Okay, well, I mean, Yeah, if you need help with that, I can launch a rocket to Minmus. That's not a problem. Right, so let's have a look over here quickly. So if we bring this guy out. Right. And what we're going to do... Alright, so let's have a look. Alright, so that will bring us down to kind of Eve. The Eve sort of height. What is that going to take? 624 delta V. Oh really? Yeah. It's that. Yeah, definitely. That's what you kind of will need to do. You select the target of where you want to go to. It's the same. It's exactly the same as when you're doing encountering another craft. A death raid? No, that's scary. I'm scared of death raids. Death raids are scary raids. Oh, Banana Dota. Did you go and jump the gun? Is everybody supposed to get there and then you start spamming stuff? Did you jump the gun for Daz? I think you did. Alright, so what we're thinking of doing now is if I bring satellites to this point, and then once we're over here, we want to kind of so that would pass us 624 delta V. Then over here, oh hey Des, thanks for popping in. That's everything I learnt about Kerbal, I learned from you and Scott Manley. True story.
They are out there watching.
Wow. Thank you. Wow, Des. Thank you so much for the host. Very much appreciated. What we are doing over here for all the newcomers, what we've done is we've just started a new sandbox career, which we called Kerbacide. We've run Kerbacide before, and what we did was we kept track of all the Kerbals we killed. Mr. Gamble, how are you, Sergeant Gamble? Yes, I am familiar for you, Mr. Gamble. You're all over the place. So what we're doing is we're starting a new sandbox career. We have just now set up our communication network, right, which can only communicate with Kerbin itself. And Boguspot, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. So we've just set up our communication network with. Thank you, Bogo. With 4 geosynchronous orbits, and then we decided to do the polar sats as well. So literally, each sat has got a 100 gig transmitter or relay, and we just threw some other stuff. And then one thing I learned from Das Valdez is fashion lighting. So we have got fashion lighting going on there. Let me actually go and there you go. Alright, so we got fashion lighting for our geosynchronous, and we've got different lighting for our polar sets. Yes, Gamble, you are all over the place. And you see our polar sats have got different lighting as well. There you go, fashion lighting. So all these guys is really the only thing we needed on these. I learned from you. Lighting for fashion, it's important. It makes crafts work better. And Defiant Zombie, thank you for the follow. So all we really need on this craft is these 100 gig relays. We actually don't need anything else. All this other stuff is just for funsies. No other reason for it. But what we're going to do is we're thinking of taking these same satellites and we are going to try put them sort of we're going to go down to the Eve orbit, let Kerbin move on, and then boost them straight up, so that we've kind of in this entire orbit center, we will have satellites sitting so it can relay all over the place. And then there's you with your spotlight.
Welcome to Gaming On.
Okay, I hate to break the news to you. Daz is not your dad. Sorry. And Hip Hop Anonymous, number 23. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so that's what we're going to do now. We are going to launch. We're going to make a few adjustments. And we are going to launch it all the way to Eve orbit so that we'll have access all over the place. So let's go back to the Space Center. I accidentally hit the action. Well, Kingsley, in I believe your probes, do your probes always get access to use their antennas? I think they do. Not 100% sure. Okay, so this was called Kerbacide, Polarsat. Let's load these guys up. And we are going to call this Keo Solar Set. It's not Keo anymore. You know what, let's lose the Keo. Let's just call it Solar Set. Alright, now the Solar Sets. Now, very important. We've got to first decide what lighting we're going to use for the solar sets. Now I'm thinking for the top part, maybe a bit of a... And Sergeant Gamble, you haven't followed yet, Gamble. I'm disappointed. Very upset. Thank you for that follow. Okay, so... that color, and then for the bottom part, let's make it a nice... Yeah, we make it a nice bright green. Nice bright green for the top. You know what? Maybe for the top, maybe let's make it a blue. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Fred. Now, Sergeant Gamble, you see this? That was the sound of my heart exploding. It's like, you know, there was a little Mountie sitting next to me, and you just took him away. Very upsetting. And it's all you Canadians are the same. And yes, I know Sergeant Gamble is not a Canadian, but he thinks he is, and that's the important thing. Alright, so our lighting is done now. Seriously, then, when you were doing that with Sophie, and you dressed up like a Mountie, and you sat down next to her, and you said, "So, Sophie, have you ever sat next to a Mountie?" I pissed myself laughing. That was hilarious. That was one of the funniest things I've seen. It really was. Okay, so we need more fuel. we definitely need a lot more fuel for this. I think for these guys, really. And what other fuel tanks have we got? Have we got any little round fuel tanks? That is monopropellant. No. We need liquid fuel. Yeah, I can believe that. It was just like such a random comment. It was just so hilarious. Alright, so how are we going to do this? What are these? Monopropellant. Alright. Ooh, I got an idea. This is my idea. Alright, so yeah, 4. Oh! There we go. And we are going to make this a little bit bigger. Yes. Yep, that looks good. You know what, let me take this fairing off. Delete this fairing. You kind of want to get Kerber now. Yeah, Fred, you know what, I tried to play the that shark game again, but for some reason all of a sudden it's giving me really, really bad frames. And I don't know why. And now I'm using tweak scale, so if I do it, no, that's too big. So I think, what did I have here? 1.6. Uh, 1716. All right, so that gives us a little bit of extra fuel for these guys. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit of extra fuel. That should do it. The graphics of, well, it's not really that the graphics have been updated. I mean, yeah, some of the parts have been updated, but you get some really nice mods like Eve and environmental vision enhancements, scatterer, and stuff like that. Like I'll show you when I launch this thing. You'll have a look at what it looks like. It looks pretty awesome. Now I'm thinking, do I need more? Yes. Let me add. Right. Okay. That just gives us a bunch of extra fuel. Just in case we need it. I don't think we're going to, but you know, we might. Right, and let's build this fairing. Yeah, some of the guys were saying who have got Kerbal for oh, that's a little bit. Need to go a little bit. Some of the guys who have got Kerbal for consoles were saying that they were having problems with the Korea and stuff like that. So your best bet would be definitely on the PC. Besides, access to things like all the, what do you call it, all the mods and stuff like that, just extend the game sort of beyond. Okay, so that is our top, but now will this get to that? I believe it will, but maybe I want to just adds a little bit extra fuel there. But you know, we are going into solar. And these guys, get rid of these. Alright, so what have we got now? Got these going, you got those, got alright, so 3, 4, we're going to increase the thrust limits of these to here, 170. Right, this will get us into orbit. And then the last stage should be able to push us out there. And then the satellites have got a lot more. Okay, so this will work. This should work. Hopefully will work. Alright, so these are the solar sets. I mean, we could do more fuel. Well, yeah, you can. Kingsley, when you get good enough, you can actually do that. But yeah, it can be difficult at the beginning. All right, so let's do this. All right, so save and launch. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put this in 100 orbit. And then we're going to push, we're going to push it to get onto sort of kind of that Eve area. Alright, so let's get this into orbit first of all. And boost. Go. Now, we're just going to do the normal orbital thing. So you go straight up till you hit about 50. Then you do the tilt, and now gravity should have its way with your rocket, and you just keep it in prograde. And as you can see, its gravity is causing it to tilt. This is actually called the gravity turn. And what you want to aim for is you want to get to about which I always use, about 10 to 15 kilometers at this 45 point. And that usually gives you a nice kind of orbital speed. So I'm looking like I'm going a little bit too shallow, or too steep, should we say. So I'm just on the edge of prograde at the moment. That's 12. Yeah, so I'm going a little bit too steep. Not the end of the world, but you know, it's kind of not that perfect launch I want. So there you go. At 45 degrees, I hit 17. 18 at 45 degrees. Okay, so we are getting 70. I want to stop at 100. Alright, there we go. Oops. At 100, okay. So that's where. So we're going to make this into an orbit. Now we go onto the upper axis and we use our little precise maneuver, and you know, we can just extend it by pulling prograde. Oh, wait. So we can just extend it like that until we get into a nice and because we went so steep, we went so steep, it's the amount of delta V to circularize is quite high. Alright, now I'm just going to use circularize over there. It's kind of the same sort of thing, but it's a little bit better. You know, it gives you a much more circularized thing. Okay, so what it's doing is it's turning itself over there. We can actually get rid of this now. We are in space. That's extra weight. So 31 seconds before we are going to start the burn. Now there's a very little fuel left in here. I mean, normally we would get rid of those stages before, but yeah. Gonna use it. Keep it on. So it's a 1 minute burn, 31 seconds before we're gonna start burning. All right. And burn. Ah, look at these things. Get rid of those. That looks cool. Alright, now these things are going ballistic, so what I'm going to do is auto strut to the heaviest part. Alright, there you go. That stopped the wobble. Yeah, I've got a little bit of power clipping, unfortunately. But I have got robotics. So what I can do, I've got the robotics thing, so when it launches, it actually unclips everything before it actually separates it. You know, I mean, I could have put them on the side or stuff like that, but I like them at the top. Can't worry too much about that. Besides, I wanted to do 4 satellites at once. Alright, so that is... There we go. We in orbit. Right, let's actually take these off. Alright, and there we go. Oh, yeah, the robotics. So what, okay, so, now, if I had just released these, right, just like that, and I just released them, this thing would just, it will just blow up. It will blow up. So, what I've got is I've got, let me F5 this just in case it... I'm not ready to move this out. What I've got is I've got this. That was... Okay. There we go. Let's try that. Nope. Wow. That's not good. Let's take the auto strut disabled. There we go. Okay. This is why auto struts are bad. So yeah, you see now I can launch each satellite separately. And if you want to adjust your position, bring them back again. And because... okay. This is why I'm just going to put auto strut and I'll disable it just before I have to separate them. And yeah, so that way it declips everything and then it launches each piece. Alright, but we are in orbit over here. Actually, I keep thinking, oh shit, I'm not in orbit. I'm in the wrong orbit, and then I realize, nope, that is the orbit. I know, but the problem is with the pass that Kerbal's got, you kind of have to use clipping sometimes. You know, it's because you can't really change sizes and things like that. Although I could have changed the size of these. I didn't because I'm bad. What logics? There is no such thing as logics. I don't believe in it. Alright, so what we're going to do is maybe if we add a maneuver here and we totally yank this out. Alright, and alright, so let's see. Oh, and Zoro Labalette. Zoro Labalette. Thank you for the follow. Or Labalette. Hey, it's probably French. Zoro Labalette. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so let's see. Now this is one of the really, really cool features of Precise Node. What I was doing is I was dragging it around the orbit thing just by dragging this left and right. And I can adjust that just with using these things. And this is something I absolutely wish stock Kerbal would have, is the ability to have, instead of relying on the kind of, instead of trying to, you know, get that in the right angle and stuff like that, is have that in being able to pop it out at a corner or separate it. Alright, so what we've got is I am going to bring it down. I'm going to bring my satellite down to there. Okay. And when it comes back up, the Kerbin will have moved and then it will stay in Kerbin orbit. So it's going to take a long time to do this. But it will eventually get all our guys in the sort of orbits around the sun. So if we get a communication from here, it can literally bounce around the relays. And Kalisa, thank you for the follow. And we can, it can bounce around the relays and get to Kerbin. Alright, so let's see, what have we got? Okay, so in 23 minutes, that's our burn. I mean, we're not looking for an encounter of anything. We don't need it. Now, this is also going to help us tremendously when we start launching towards Duna and stuff like that. You know, there will be different satellites that can relay along. So, you see, look at that. It's great, isn't it? It's actually using, because it's behind Kerbin, it's using my relay sats to communicate. Because we've only got one spot. So it is a 1 minute 47 start time. 3.3 minute 40 seconds burn. Now this is worked out with Kerbal Engineer. So Kerbal Engineer works out things with staging, the mass reduction as you're burning fuel and stuff like that. The normal Kerbal says, oh, it's a 53-second burn, because it assumes the whole burn will be done with this big ass engine. Yeah. Well, that's what we're doing. We kind of setting up our whole big network thing. So when we start sending probes and stuff around, you know, they can do that. And again, I don't know how well this works. Well, yes, depending on how you do the KerbNet. Now I've changed it so that only the KSC center is the only place that can communicate. That is very similar to the way remote tech works. Only one place to communicate from. Hey Grizz. So I've changed it for that. I mean, I have played with remote tech and I've done all the stuff with remote tech. The thing I needed to get used to with the Kerbal system is to use the relay dishes instead of direct communications. Right, so 1 minute and 47 is the start burn time. Alright, so okay, 1 minute 47. we've got our thing all sorted out. And burn. And release that. And we're burning to the sun. You see, look how nice Kerbin looks. Right, this is using Eve, Scatterer, Distant Object Enhancement, and what was the other one? Planet Shine. Those are the mods. I mean, if you do in if you type !KSP, it shows the mods I am using for career mode, not for this one. I'm still working out exactly what mods to use for this one. Oh, look how cool that looks. Yeah, with the clouds. The ocean looks fantastic. I mean, really, these guys, they do munch memory, although... So how much memory is being munched by KSP at the moment? Only 3.3 gigs. That's it. So I have my memory munching of KSP is not too bad at the moment. Hey, we've had good launches. We haven't messed up any launch yet. This is our third launch. So we really, but some of the stuff I've seen, you know, the new stuff from Rover Dude with the, it's got fans for vertical takeoffs and stuff like that. Oh, it looks absolutely awesome. Looks absolutely awesome. All right, so how is this looking? Oh yeah, it's taking its time to burn. Oh, we can turn the fashion lighting. Hey, look at that! That looks cool. Which country am I from? Not a weird question. I am actually originally South African, but at the moment I am living in Thailand. But I've lived in the States, I've lived in the UK, I've lived in Australia for a long time. I've pretty much lived all over the place. I've picked up a few different things here and there. But yeah, at the moment I have been living in Thailand for the last couple of years. Alright, so how far are we? Let's have a look. You know what? That's cool over there. But yeah, that will do. That'll do just fine. Okay. That's good enough. Alright, so what's going to happen is it just like really, Kovac? Well, do you recognize which part of South Africa? Now, that's the tough one. Because we all know that in various parts have got very, very different accents. Like Johannesburg, Pretoria, Durban, Cape Town. All different accents. And Kerbacide Gaming, thank you for the follow.
Welcome to
And see, there's your alien. There's your alien. There he is. There he is. So yeah, each one has got a different accent. So are you able to guess where I'm from? Nope. I'm sure you'll get it. Alright, so that's Kerbal Africa, and there is the Space Center over there. That looks so good, doesn't it? Alright, so we got this launch. This launch is done. So what I'm going to do... Let's stop this. Now we can't really do very much with this guy at the moment. Again, we don't even need to use the solar panels because it's got all these PDUs or PRGs. Or GoPro, no, it's not a mod. It's not. Okay, I'll give you a hint. My rugby team consists of the following colors: blue and white. Yeah, GoPro. This is not the colors are not a mod. That's actually the robotic arms. Yeah, these guys over here are a mod, but the light colors are not. So let's actually, all right. So let's go back over here. And all right, so we've got this. This is going out there. Now, what I'm going to do is when it's over here, I'm going to add a maneuver, and let's just move this a little bit forward. And I'm going to add an alarm. So, alarm that. Is that add an alarm? Oh no, add alarm. Okay. So solar sat in 330 days it's going to be back there, and we're going to set it as an alarm, and then we'll make the adjustment. No, Kingsley, rugby team. All right. Okay, so let me show you. All right, so this is kind of he's going. We can't really do anything with it for 330 days. We're going to do other things in the meantime. However, they will still communicate. They are still in sort of communicating, so it's still going to be in use. All right, so go back to the Space Center. So let us do some. Let me just show you this. It's really. Most people don't know you can do this. No mod. This is just normal KSP. So let's open up a new one. Let's put this one there. Let's put a kind of, give it a nice, yeah, give it this one. Okay. Missiles, that's pretty cool, except I cannot read what you wrote. It's, sorry mate, I just can't do it. Dr. Lazarus? No. As long as he's not Dr. Doolittle, that's alright. Alright, so we actually, in the hangar we don't need it. Alright, so utilities. We are going to... Okay, so we're going to put one over here. We'll put... no, we'll just stop him there. Stop him there. And I might as well use these ones as well. Why not? Alright, so this is normal KSP. Now what's not is there's a little mod called Lights Out. which I actually learned about this mod watching Does for Desert stream. What it does is it turns the lights out in the hangar, and so that your lights are showing. That's a great way to test how things are looking. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rotate these just a little bit. And do not get rid of these. Use the rotated one. Okay, so Lights Out is a mod. Lights Out is a mod, and all it does is it turns the lights out so you can see. Right, so I'm just using that for an example. Now, what's not a mod is this. You can right click on your light. You can turn the light on, and you'll notice there is light RGB. So if you only want a red light, if you only want a green light, this is normal Kerbal. If you only want a blue light. Alright, so let's turn the lights off to see what happens. And there you go. Red, green, and blue. Now, if you want to take this, now this is why this light out is nice, because it's got, you can actually see other stuff. You can have any mixture in between. You've got these spotlights as well. This is white. Let's take that into more of a so you can have a completely colored space station and all ships and stuff like that. And oh, who was that? E Styles, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. Alright, so there was nothing special there. I used the mod Lights Out, so it's easy to kind of see how it's going to look like in the dark, in the dark of it. But all this can be done. What happens if you mix red, green, and blue colors in KSP? Well, okay, so let's do a different one. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of all those. Alright, so instead of using a circle, let's structure. Where is a nice big flat piece? Alright. Okay, and let's take the lights again. I'm going to use these guys. These guys aren't as strong. So I'm going to put one light there. I'm going to change it. One light there. And one light . Right. So now we're going to take these around. Rotate those, and now we're going to just there. And this one. So again, this is not using any mods at all. So let's see what happens when I do the lights out. Okay. Alright, so now let's make that one red. We make that one green. And we make that one blue. That one blue. Okay. So RGB. Let's have a look. So you can see it's got some kind of purplish thing over there going. Bring this one up a bit. This guy. Yeah. So you can see kind of over there, it's like a purple mixing. So it's got, you know, it has got, obviously this is not the best sort of thing, but yeah, the color mixing is happening. Yeah, you're definitely getting some color mixing happening. Pretty cool, isn't it? And you see the green is going and lighting that up as green. If I had to do you know, do this. Up. And let's take, oh, where's a nice white tank? White tank. No, those are not white. I want a white. That's kind of a white one. No, too big. He's let's check these guys. Oh, that looks ridiculous, but and let's bring this around. Oh, there we go. Hey, look at that, like a projector screen. Yes, yeah. And we've been good so far. Now look at that. I see, look, red and green mix gave us yellow. Green and blue gave us kind of that turquoise. Red and blue together gave us kind of the purple. So yeah. Where's the disco ball? We have no disco ball, but I can give you a basketball. Or a taco. and then you got a guitar and some boom boxes. Fun stuff. So yeah, that's all kind of. So yeah, that's all there. So again, that none of that is what's not available in stock. So that's good. I mean, I want to show you some other things. Now, this is what's going to make this career so cool. Is look at this engines. These engines I found. This is part of Rover Dude's things. Hey, look at these. Well, we could start doing ships that do stuff. it's, I mean, look at it. Look at this. There's another one. Look at this. Look at this thing. It's freaking huge. It's great. Oh, what's this one? Yeah, you see that? That's kind of a rocket engine. So this is using a lot of Rover Dude stuff. You know, we've got a manufacturing, we've got things like his freight, his construction, where you've got I mean, look at these wheels. It's great. This is going to be so much fun to start building with this thing. And then we've got our robotics, all our robotics parts and arms and stuff like that. Yeah. These are all from what I've got. I've got the main ones I've got Rover Dudes mods, and I've got robotics and CAS and KISS. Cable attachment system. And that's pretty much has given me all these parts. I mean, yeah, it's nuclear reactors. We've got a safety light. Okay. Actually, can these safety lights, can we actually change the color of these? Oh, we can as well. Okay, so right, so yeah, so you know, you got and like I said, it's not too bad on my memory. Yeah, we can do some really cool stuff with this. Got what are these? Nope. No idea what these are. But we've got some okay, these are the winch, and that is from the attachment system. You've got your ports, got your harpoons, which is great. Industrial strip mine. I might actually install carbonite again. That gives us more materials to mine. We've got ScanSat as well, just for the scanning. I mean, antennas haven't changed. Attachments haven't changed. We've got some new parts in that. We've got so much things to play with. Mobile launch platform. Orbital shipyard. Holy crap, look at this. Oops. And open. Yeah, orbital shipyard. It's like, yeah, it's just, you know, there's so many parts that we can do over here. So many things to build. And then of course I've got tweak scale. So I can do things like, oh, this one I can't. But like these guys, I could say, oh, these guys are too big. Let's make them smaller. And all of a sudden we've got kind of smaller parts. So tweak scale is really good for that. So yeah, and this is what we do with Kerbacide, is we actually build craft, like we build landers. Like the last time we tried, we got a big, massive Eve lander. I mean, this thing was huge. It was. We built this whole big space station because I am using life support as well. So with the life support, you've got to actually give your guys room to move in and stuff like that. So let's say we build a space station, right? So let's start with a core. And then you've got the Orca command module. Yeah, so I mean, look at this. You've got this guy's got a lot of. You've got the Orca command module. Then you can have things like colonization. Right. So we can put the habitation ring on there on the top, and we can deploy this. All right. Then you could do things like, okay, tundra expandable habitat. Oh, that's a 4.2. So let's deploy this. See how this thing looks at night with it. Yep, nothing. Then you've got things like you pop this one in there. Oh no, I don't know what that is. A hub. Alright, so you got the hub over there. We've got logistics module. You see, and it does that. You've got the medical bay. You've got the Kerbacide. So that's there. You've got things like the training academy, which I have probably good in Korea. So you got things like that. Then you've got tradable storage. That was kind of there, and then this deploys. Oh, he's not deploying now. Okay, when you land it, he'll deploy. There we go. So you've got kind of something else. These are all things that Roverdu's done, so it's really good for making big space stations and stuff like that. Tundra airlock. So I think it's called the Tundra stuff. That's a habitation module. There's control module, airlock, hydroponics. So some of these are for space stations, some of these are for, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, look at that light up. So these guys are kind of for what you do. So these guys are more for the actual landers, the Duna land. They call it the Duna lander. Yeah, so you would kind of, and then with the Kerbal attachment system, you can pick them up and move them and things like that. Which is one thing that we're going to try to do in this series is we are going to try to establish a habitable, self-sustaining base on Duna. That's going to be one of our missions. I mean, like, so let's see, Duna colonization module. There we go. Now, off this, we might have the Ranger module over there. We might have the agricultural module. There you go. Might have a warehouse. And we might have a mini truss. Is it a flexi tube? How did I do this? How did we do this again? No, not that way. Yeah, it's you can actually build some fantastic stuff with this. Adapter. No. Auxiliary control. Attachment point. Lab. So let's try this. Now, I'm no expert at Rover Dude stuff at all, so you know, don't think I'm going to know everything. Yeah, so, and again, it's, you know, last time we did Kerbacide, we found out a couple of things. We had some stations working. Right, so let's look at this. All right, so deploy. So it's got its own kind of landing feet. Deploy this. This was our storage. And this deploy. Ooh. And this deploy. Send. Oh, I put it on the wrong way. Okay, agricultural. Why are you not deploying? Oh, missing mulch. Okay, he's not deploying. Don't know why. Tab common. Oh, but again, there's just certain things. You know, and it's you don't know why this is not deploying. Interesting. So there you go. You see, these also lights up. So everything sort of. And again, you'd have structures like this. You could build on top of them. Now he's got some really nice little things like. Let's revert this. Let's head off to. I saw him playing with this one thing. Now I wanted to play with it, so of course that's why I started the streaming thing, so I could actually play with it. I have a good excuse. Now we've got his construction stuff. So let's have a look. First of all, you're going to need something, so maybe a rover. Is it a rover port? Go. Now we are going to for colonization construction. Edit, and then we've got these. Yep. Ready now. Okay. For some reason it's not. Ew. All right. Yeah, what's this? This is a magnetic coupler, counterweight, adjustable inline wheel, tail wheel. I see. Okay. Maybe let's give it some power. Actually, Let's actually check what happens here. I actually don't know. Oh. Alright, and let's launch this. I mean, these are the things that we're going to try and discover how they actually work. Now I know. I mean, I've seen Roverdude streaming, and I've seen him use these things. Alright, so I wonder if look at that! This is awesome! Yeah, so you can imagine, and what I've seen Roverdude doing is I've seen him attach like big magnets at the bottom. Okay. So I mean, there's a whole lot of things that we can build, and then add to that the robotics tech that we've got as well. We can actually build some. We can build some pretty amazing things, and we could try and get this all working and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure. Friction control, steering, same as normal wheels. So yeah, all those are done. Like, I mean, look at this. Okay, so what if I do this? Alright, and no idea what this. I don't know what I'm doing here. I honestly don't know what I'm doing. But why not? And got a magnet. Oh, actually put a big counterweight. And put a magnetic coupler. Alright, so let's see what this is. I mean, yeah, I could probably try it out in the thing, but that's not as much fun as doing it and watching explosions when we totally mess it up. Alright, so the counterweight is alright. Alright, so I mean, you can kind of. Oh, that's extending. Oh, look at how cool this is! Yes, lots of toys. So you've seen people with making the mechs and stuff like that. Actually, let's bring this all the way. Oh yeah. I mean, like I said, I wasn't doing anything on this. I was just messing around and just threw a whole lot of parts together. Oh, you see, I can't move. Oh, there. That way. So anyway, so we got a whole lot of different things. You could say, I can, you could do the groups like move this, add group. I could do that. And that one, and so that's one group. That's another group. Reset that group. Yeah. The one that I sent to Duna, I had to actually use the grappling hook, to try land it and grapple. But it worked. That Duna one worked. I was actually kind of impressed with that. So yeah. So that's what I got. With all these different things in that, we've got a lot of possibilities. A lot of possibilities. Hey, I'm calling this a scorpion. Yeah. Oh, he just stung himself. Yes. But yeah, it's so like you've got the Canada arm, for example. The way that thing works, did I see Dust making one? Or was it EJ? No, EJ uses stock. Yeah, but with Dust, I've seen Dust play with this and making like the Canada arm and all those sort of things you can do. The possibilities for what we're going to do in this series, really anything we can think of, and there will be lots of Kerbals killed on the way. But I showed at the beginning of the stream, which you guys haven't seen yet. I will show you something which it's something that I got, which I thought everybody watching would get a kick out of. I got a kick out of it. When I started the stream. Oh, so where is it? We're going to use this one. Okay. Hey, ready for this? Right, now I'm going to do this at a different angle until I can get them all sorted out. Right, actually, you can turn on his EVA toggle. Yep. And toggle his EVA out. Right, so we are pretty much. Okay. Alright, so you ready to see this? Are you ready to see I got a kick out of this. I thought I have to have this. I have to have my Kerbals like this. It's the reason for my title. The title of my stream today is Kerbacide, the Next Generation. And why is it called that? Look at them. The little Star Trek uniforms. So the Kerbals are going where no Kerbal has been before. The guy in the red shirt is always going to be the one to die first. He's going to do all the dangerous stuff. Look, they even got their little. They've even got their little Starfleet badges. This is texture replace that. Texture replacer. I just saw when I was looking for mods. I saw that. I said, I've got to have that. I have got to have. There's one to replace their heads with guys with moustaches and stuff like that. So I'm going to have to get that one as well. But yeah. Yes. Our Kerbals are going to the stars. And look at the little. And actually, they've got the experimental flag. They actually look a little bit like Ghostbusters. Little Starfleet badges. It's just awesome. It is just awesome. So, yes. So, yeah. So today, all we've really done is we started looking at some of the mods. We started building our satellite network. So at the moment, if we go to the tracking station, that actually looks, look at that. It looks really cool. You got a little tracking station, and this is the complete satellite network we've got. And they all talk to this one. So at any time, you look at this, at any time, there will be at least 4 of the relosats being able to talk to the Kerbin. See, this guy, he's going out and he's leaving the system. Oh yeah, you can only do it like that. Alright. So that's what we've actually got at the moment. So I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to end the stream today like this, and then tomorrow I'm just going to update a few more mods and things. Just get it sorted out, and tomorrow we're going to start building ships to maybe do a space station, start constructing, different types of ships and things like that, because we've got our Duna in 208 days. So we want to start getting kind of testing our bases and stuff like that in order to go to Duna and things like that. Now, some of the mods that are really used, like ship manifest and that, don't seem to be working at the moment. So as those mods come in, we'll be adding them. I think at the moment we are just going to, I think probably a moon base, build ourselves a moon base, and should we build ourselves a refueling station around Minmus instead? Definite ideas. I mean, we haven't been to any of the other planets yet. We've really just established our comms network. And now we're doing an interplanetary comms network. We're getting that one going. And that's going to take a long time to establish. So, I think what we're going to do is we're going to end the stream over there, and we will begin tomorrow at 6 a.m. UTC. We will begin to build more of the actual ships and do some real flying, and then chances are we're going to get our explosions and Kerbals dying and stuff like that as I try to get these big massive vehicles that I'm going to build into orbit. Yeah, it's a really nice, it worked out really nice. So one thing I have done is under difficulty options, what I did was I turned this off, so it only allows the KSC to communicate. So it has to actually bounce around. So we've got that. Other than that, it's just really the standard one. And I learned the difference between doing the let's just go back there. Kerbacide 2. I learned the difference between doing what I was doing with remote tech, which I did in the career. I followed the remote tech way in order to build my comm satellite network. That's not the way you do it in the new one. What you have to do in the new one is don't bother with direct stuff. Right, when you're building your satellites and things like that, let's just when you're doing your satellites for communications and that, don't bother with the direct antennas and stuff like that. They're good, and for if you're doing something far out, you might need it. But with your satellites, your communication satellites, what you really need is the relay antenna. So those satellites I sent out, they've just got this relay antenna, and that's it. That's it. Once you've got the relays all the way through, then one of these small little guys, if it can talk to that satellite, will talk just fine and relay it all around the Kerbin system until it gets to the KSC. So when I'm on the moon lander literally will just have this guy. We'll put a satellite around the moon, or a mothership around the moon with a big relay set, and it will just have a small little communitron on it to talk to that satellite. That's it. Relay sets. That's the important thing. That's the one that talks to everything. So if we go and we look at these guys again, I just go jump on any one of these. Not the polar sat. Let's take a comsat. Jump on him. I've got a lot of unnecessary stuff on there. However, there you go. This is this big guy. Right? We've got this thing. But we can actually go and we can turn this thing off. So let's have a look. He's talking directly to the base. He's talking to the other crafts. And that's it. That's the complete network. So let's do the base. And what we're going to do is we will shut this one down. And so the only antenna we've got on this is this guy. There's no other antennas. These are just measuring instruments. So the only antenna we got on this, and there you go, still doing it. Still got everything. No problem. So all we need is the relay thing. I just put this there because I just wanted to have something extra. I just thought just one antenna. Now with remote tech, what you needed to do is you needed, now this one, okay, so this one will talk, like as you can see, this one, if I do the other ships, it talks to all the other ships. One antenna. Now with remote tech, what you needed to do is for every ship that it spoke to, right? So if I wanted the antennas to talk to that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I would have had to have 8 antennas on my ship. 8 antennas, each one would be pointed at one of those things. And one of those would have to have a dedicated antenna pointing back to that. Unless you use the omnidirectional, and that it needs to be in a certain range. But dishes and stuff like that, you would have to have them pointed. So you would have your satellite bristling with antennas. I mean, it would just literally be bristling with antennas, so it could talk to as many ships as possible. And then you could have one antenna that is set to talk to active craft. So whichever craft you're actively using, that's the craft it will point to. Now, what they've done, I mean, and that can become a really, you actually need to think about how you're aiming your satellites, because you don't want, you don't want 7 satellites, 7 antennas on it. So you want maybe 3. So one will talk to the craft to your left, one will talk to the craft to the right, the other will talk if it's got to an active craft, for example. And that's how the whole signal would relay around that way. Hey Avalon and Ubakulti, how you doing? So what they've done now is to take away all that mess. They've gone and they've added relay sets. And as you can see, the relay set can speak to everything at the same time and pass the signal on. The direct one does not pass the signal on, but it will directly talk to something that can then pass it on. So you can't have, so what the problem that we had with the first lunar mission is we had one with a direct signal there, one with a direct signal there. There you go. And they would direct to each other. And we thought, oh, that's great. But a craft over here, craft over here that was talking to this guy couldn't pass the signal on, because only the relay sets can pass the signal on. And that's where we were running into trouble. So basically, you want to build your satellite network and stuff like that with relay sets. Your ships have direct. However, if you want a ship that's going to stay in orbit and relay the information from the landing ship, that has to have a relay set so that your landing ship can talk to that and it can relay back to the satellite network. And that's the difference. And so when we're doing remote tech, when we did the initial thing, I was kind of thinking on the terms of remote tech, which obviously doesn't apply for this one. This one is much simpler. Just build your satellites with relay sets. Now there is the transmission thing, but I have tested a relay set all the way from Elu to Kerbin, and it gets down to about 19% sometimes, 8 to 19% signal, yet everything was still controllable with that. So the 100 gig relay sets will get everywhere. And the way I'm doing it at the moment, when I'm putting the outer solar sets, it's going to be it's going to help with all these satellites talk to each other. They'll be able to bounce around the thing. Like what have I got? So I'm sending satellites to go around kind of Eve orbit, and then it's going to come out there. Now I might send another one. Probably a good idea at the same time, send one around Duna orbit. fact, let's quickly do that. Let's quickly do that. We probably send another thing around kind of Duna orbit, not to Duna, but around the Duna line. So we're going to have one around Kerbin, we're going to have one around Duna, and that should give us that extra thing. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that quickly before we end the stream. So go to Space Center. And we're going to actually use the exact same one that we sent around Eve. So we can actually go over here. We are going to launch it. It was called the Solar Sat. And we are going to launch this one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the name. So we're going to call this the No. Oh, it's inside there, so I'll have to change it in there. So once we launch. Alright, now it's nice and dark. Nice dark launch. Hey, Blood Eagle. Alright, so what we're going to do, let's send this up there. Fashion lighting. Look at that. Because it's inside the thing. Oh, fashion lighting is awesome. Alright, so let's send this up. And we're going to send this out to kind of Duna areas. So there we go at 50, tilted over. I remember we wanted to get about between 10 and 15 kilometers at 45. So we just keep an eye on the prograde. So, Blood Eagle, tonight, do we want to play Ark, or do we want to play 7 Days? I'm thinking Ark again. And look at it, it's a beautiful sunrise in Kerbin Town. Okay, so let's see how we're going. Wow. Okay, it's a bit of a shallow launch actually. We're 9 kilometers at that. Right, so off we go. And now orbital speed is 2300. So if we can get to 2300 before we even get to orbit, that'll be good. But obviously you don't want to go too fast down below, because it will I'm actually going to slow down a bit. So I don't want to fight against terminal velocity. But that's just wasting fuel. Yeah, it's got the possibility of things heating up. And it's 56. We're still gaining speed. We're still. Okay, so we are hitting space. And 100. Okay. Alright, so that is heading to space. So let's have a look at the upper axis, add the maneuver and just circularize. And we click on that maneuver so it moves us to the maneuver node. Add 758 to circularize. And it's going to be a 26-second burn. Now what we're waiting for is we're waiting for ourselves to get up to 70 kilometers. Now at 70 kilometers, what's going to happen? What's going to happen at 70 kilometers is we no longer need the fairing because we're in space. So 26 seconds, 49.2 seconds, we lose the fairing. We actually burn for 2 seconds less because of the extra weight. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to auto strut that. Now that's what we did last time to stop the wobble. The question is, yeah, it's vacuum at 70. That's exactly right. You see, I can't adjust the light color over here now. Once you launched, so the only time you can adjust the light color gilper is in the hangar. There might be some other mods that allow you to adjust it later on, so you've got to choose your colors wisely. Alright, so what we're going to do this is we are going to rename this to Duna sets. No, Duna solar set. Yeah, no, just in case you're thinking, oh, I'll get it into orbit and then I'll change it, because you can't do it. But I'm pretty sure there's a mod out there that will allow you to do that. Alright, and we want 26 seconds. And boom. Right, and this is just going to put us into, I see with that auto strut over there, stop the wobble. Now once we got this, we are going to then do a burn to get ourselves into Duna orbit. And it'll be the same sort of thing as we did with the Eve one. Just go up there the next turn, and we just drop the satellites off every rotation. Drop one off. Yeah, it will take like 300-400 days at a time, but it will work. Okay, so let's have a look. Alright, so we got all that there. Alright, now what are we doing? Okay, so let's put leave this over there, the maneuver. And we are gonna start. Oh, no. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so that's going to take us into. That will take us onto kind of the Duna line. Alright, and that's in 14 minutes. It's a 1100 burn. Interesting. I don't even know if we got enough power for this. Or enough fuel. Actually, you know what? Why not? Give it a go, eh? See what happens. Okay, so this guy. So basically what we're just going to have is we're going to have a lot of space junk flying around. And we're going to call them satellites. I mean, it's probably easier to just launch a satellite, you know, at the same time. Yeah, at every section, just launch another satellite. That'll be the easiest way to do it, instead of doing it all kind of at once. So, and let's just F5 this. You know, with the other satellites, I can do whatever I want with them. Really, the more satellites, the merrier. Exactly. And I'll put them into different orbits and, you know, different strange stuff. And it's really not going to be an issue. None of the satellites are going to be wasted. I might put one or two up into kind of high orbit, you know, around Elu, for example. So it's not really going to be an issue. Okay, so 142. And there we go. All right, and after we've done this, what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to end the stream over there with this on the way. We'll set an alarm for it and all this and stuff. And we'll end the stream there, and then tonight in about an hour and a half, I am going to play some. I think I'm going to play some Ark Evolve, the Scorched Earth one. So if you're interested in Ark and you want to join us playing Ark, then !Ark in chat. Or hey Azlis, yeah, I had a great host by Dust Valdez. That was awesome. So if you're interested in playing Ark with us, we've got our own private server. We've done things like increase the taming rate by 2.5, and it is PvP enabled, but you know, we don't allow griefing and stuff like that. And if you're interested in joining us in playing Ark, we've also got a 7 Days to Die server. MGP Jokers, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. So if you're interested in playing Ark with us or playing 7 days with us, we've got private servers for those. !Exclamation point Ark in chat, or !7 Days in chat for the server details. And it is open to all followers of the stream. So, now you want friendly people to play with, feel free to join us. We've also got a number of streamers actually multi-streaming the games at the same time. So it's quite, so it is kind of fun seeing what people are doing from multiple perspectives. Yeah, Azlis, I'm thinking Ark today. You guys have been playing a lot of 7 days while I was offline and on the weekend and that. So we do some Ark. And Epic Back Lava, thank you for the follow. And that is an epic name. Alright, so yeah, so in about an hour and a half we're going to do that. And definitely fun. Training and riding dinosaurs. And we do have a Discord server, so !Discord, which you can join, and so you can chat on stream, so it's not, you know, it doesn't mean you have to wait for 30-40 seconds or whatever to actually talk or get heard. You don't have, well, Azalus, I couldn't stream or anything, but I managed to connect my phone, to tether my phone to my computer, and so I was playing on 4G. Not the best way to play, but I managed to tame quite a number of dinosaurs, including some raptors, and I'm training them to be killers. Rolf and Harry are my raptors. And Rolf and Harry, they enjoy themselves. Although it's a big job feeding them, I've got a lot of hunting to do. But I'm actually waiting for Light to come back. And once Light gets back, then we probably going to do some... Go and do some travels and find ourselves a new location, a hidden location from you guys. Even though you can watch the stream to find out exactly where we are. Oh, we are almost done with our burn. Look, where are we going? Lovely. All right, so on this upper axis, let's just clear this one. Maneuver. On this upper axis, and I am going to create an alarm. Let's just do it a little bit before. The other way. Okay, so I'm going to create an alarm for that. Add an alarm. Okay, so when that comes, then I'll release it and release the satellite and stuff like that. Yeah. So I've got 4 satellites clustered in. It's so basically okay. So what I've got, if I come back here, I've got 4 geosynchronous satellites, 1 launch, 4 polar satellites, launch number 2, launch number 3, 4 satellites going at. I'm going to try be around the kind of Eve type thing. So 4 satellites. Another launch. So I've done 4 launches and I've launched 16 satellites with 4 launches. Shotgun satelliting. I learned that trick with when I was doing remote tech. Right, so yeah, let's look at this. Yeah, so look at this. It needs to speak to Kerbin. So it hasn't got a direct path. So it pops up there and down there. You can see as this moves, now I can talk direct until it's out of range, and then it's using the other satellites. See, that's kind of what the relays are at work. All right, so we are going to end the stream over there. We've so this time we've done a nice satellite network and things like that. We've done a nice network. It's all working. Everything looks good. That's a direct connection. He's got no problem. Everything looks good. And we will see what tomorrow, what we are going to do with that. We've got our other satellite, Arduino, going out this way. We've got our Eve one going out that way. And we've kind of established, we're spreading out that comms network. And now we can start building things like test out our Arduino base, maybe test it out on the moon. You know, build a template for it, see what we're going wrong, see what's going right, and things like that. But that's the stream for today. I'll be back with more Kerbal tomorrow at 6 AM UTC. In an hour and a half, we'll be back with Ark Scorched Earth. Welcome to join us, and we'll be streaming that for a couple of hours. So, thanks everybody for stopping by. Special thanks to Jazz for that raid, or the host. That was absolutely awesome. And I will see you guys in about an hour and a half for Ark. Cheers. Bye.
the alien army.